Welcome, everybody. I'd like to call the June 2023 Town Council meeting to order. Kimberly, are we in compliance for you?
We are.
Okay, if everybody will join and say the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
We'll continue standing as Mr. Alex Brown will say the invocation for today.
Please join me on your own way. Just pause today, Father, to say thank you. Thank you for this great nation. Thank you for the opportunity. Just ask, Lord, that you continue to give us guidance, although we may disagree. We will all agree in a collective manner of making your will come to light in this great community that we live in.
Amen. And if you'll join in reading the civility pledge. I pledge to
Pledge
build
to
a
build a
strong
stronger community, advocating civil engagement, respecting others and their viewpoints, and finding solutions for the betterment of my town.
Thank you. And I won't let Ms. Gannon, please note for the record that all council members are here except for Mr. Ames, who is excused for today. Mr. Orlando, are we any changes on the agenda for today?
No, sir. No, sir. Well, the Parks and Rec, Kim, go over that with you.
That, thank you.
Vice Chair, Planning Commission biannual update being canceled. Apologize for that.
That's
Scribble,
okay.
scribble notes. Thank you.
Move adoption as written.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
So moved. Today we have special town council meeting minutes of May 23rd, 2023, and the ad hoc committee meeting minutes of May 30th, 2023. Is there a motion to
Adoption as
approve?
written.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Mr. Orlando, items of interest, your report.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, Council, members of the community. Just a few things. This morning, I was here with Mayor, Councilwoman Bryson, and we hosted the City of Verona Italian exchange students. There were 32 students from all over Italy. We overviewed our island economy, our environment, culture, and form of government. So it was fascinating. It was great to see these young people travel thousands of kilometers, in their words, and talk to us about cultural exchange. And so they just are fascinated with our island. Some of their favorite parts of our island were dolphins, seeing dolphins. They were excited about all the green space, and one young man in particularly liked Wendy's. So it was great to see. Next, congratulations to historic Mitchellville Freedom Park, to their leadership, Mr. Ward and a whole bunch of others for their successful Juneteenth celebration over the past week. We've hired several interns, so if you see some young folks around Town Hall, they'll be breathing some fresh air and some excitement into our organization. We're hiring a lot of local kids that are back home for the summer. And we're excited to have them. They're in community development, planning, they're in fire rescue, they're in all different forms and functions of our organization. So congrats to those young folks that have expressed interest to come here and work with us for the summer. And then last but not least, thank you to Jeff Bucklew. Jeff Bucklew has worked here for more than 23 years. He's recently announced his retirement. He's hanging up his public sector hat. He's going to wear a private sector hat for a little while as the next chapter in his career. So a very special thank you to Jeff for all of his contributions. Goodness, I've worked with Jeff when I was here years and years ago. So congrats, best wishes, and more to come on that. So, and that's my report for today, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Zarella, Vice Chairman of the Parks and Recreation Commission biannual update.
Thank you, Mayor. town manager and council for letting me stand in for Butch Kasaya, who's rotated off this year, and give you a report on what the Parks and Rec Commission is doing. My name's Bill Zarilla, been a resident of the island for the last 12 years, and always had an affinity or a lot of for athletics, and I participate in a lot of things, athletic events, and I found that that's a great way to build community and friendships as you go along. So that's why my interest in the park. But since October, we've been quite busy going through a number of plans, including the Mid-Island Track Plan, the Islanders Beach Park, the Patterson Family Park, and Shelter Cove Community Park. We did that in the last 3 or 4 meetings. And I think 3 of those, you've approved the plans, and appreciate that and look forward to see them come to fruition. The other things we've been doing is we looked at the long-term plan that was part of the strategic. We have reviewed the CIP for the 24 year end and discussed those and had some big discussions. And we also heard from the Chamber Leadership Program class, a project to install non-filament recyclable strings, which I think is kind of interesting. It's a nice way, low cost community effort to save the environment. So the coming season, we'll be looking at Chaplin Park, Crossings Park, and the future racket facilities discussed. I know you had a workshop recently, and there was a lot of interesting, stimulating discussion on that. And I just wanted to make sure that you knew that we were here to do whatever you think is necessary, or if there's any questions or anything else special. Our input, and our input comes from the community. So with that, that concludes my report, and I'm open to any questions you might have.
Any questions? No? Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
All right, so Workforce Housing Program, Sean will be filling in for Missy on this report.
Afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council, Town Manager. Give you a brief update on the Workforce Housing Program. You know, our number one focus here at the staff level is to recruit the right person for the Workforce Housing Program Manager. We've interviewed several candidates, both virtually, on the phone, and then here in person. We're still trying to find that right fit of experience and energy to bring this program forward. It's not for lack of effort. We've modified job descriptions, elevated the position. We've got assistance with Tammy Hoy Hawkins, who helped develop our framework in the recruitment, working hard with HR and others to help market and recruit the right teammate to add to this position. So we remain focused on that position. Thank you for your support and creation of the Housing Action Committee. Look forward to that population and getting to work soon with that group. We know one of the first orders of business with the Housing Action Committee is to draft and complete an anti-displacement strategy and support plan. And I look forward to working with that committee to get that thing moving forward. We have been hard at work on asset mapping, as was recommended in the framework. Town manager and team continue to work forward to try to find a partner for the North Point partnership, and I think there's more to come here in the near term on a potential partner there and an announcement. We continue to work regionally with the Housing Trust Fund. The Housing Trust requested applications from interested developers on their first funding opportunity. Over $7.5 million was requested for projects across the region, and the Housing Trust is evaluating those decisions. And we'll make those decisions by August pending project readiness. So again, our focus is to recruit the right leader for that housing program manager position, and we'll continue to do so. Look forward to the creation of the housing advisory team at this point. Any questions that y'all have?
Any questions from council? All right, thank you, Sean. Next, we'll invite up Jennifer Ray for the Capital Improvements Program quarterly update.
Mayor, Town Council, Town Manager, Jennifer Ray, Capital Program Manager. For the record, I'm excited, especially excited today because you just approved the FY24 budget, which includes $40 million worth of capital projects. And sometimes if you catch me thinking about $40 million, I might be a little bit stressed about it, but I'm really excited because this year we're going to try to focus our efforts on things that we can do in the first 6 months, things we can do in the last 6 months, instead of just trying to hit everything at once. So today I want to focus on what we're going to do first and tell you what we're going to do from a construction standpoint and then what we're going to do from a design and permitting. So there are some things that you're going to see finishing really soon that are already underway that will roll into this new year because it's just a few days away, July 1. So Town Hall campus improvements are almost finished. A few more things to button up here. Pathway improvements, we are focusing on really hard in this next couple weeks to month. Signage, pathway markings, vegetation hanging, clearing that up, getting it all neat and tidy and safe for our community. We're also currently working on some improvements at Palmetto Bay section to try to show you what is coming out of what you've seen so far with the corridors plan. So you'll be able to see in real time an example of an intersection improvement. We are hard at work on the adaptive traffic signal management project. They are just now transitioning from the install equipment to the systems, the computer and background part of it. So all the equipment is up. So that's the phase that they're getting ready to move into now. Corridor landscape improvements, crosswalk striping in that continental style as they finish paving. We're going to replace Dreesen Beach Park Boardwalk and Follyfield Beach Park Boardwalk this fall. We are working on the primary pathway at Islanders Beach Park, construction of a pathway segment on Port there, where there's a lot of new activity in that area. Woodhaven Drive and Lane pathways getting ready to start construction. Shelter Cove pathway construction. Old Schoolhouse Park pickleball courts. Historic Mitchellville Freedom Park, we're wrapping up plans and we'll move into permitting and the start of construction on that parking lot and loop road that we're partnering with them on. So that's all construction. A lot of build this year because we've been in a heavy design and permitting year. But we'll also do some design and permitting so that we'll be ready for the next batch of construction. So we've started permitting on the beach renourishment project. It's a 2025 project, but we've already submitted and started that permit process. It takes so long that we have to start this early to be ready for that. We're working on the Caligny Circle quadrant there by Caligny Plaza. William Hilton Parkway pathway from Beach City Road to Dillon North. That's that Northridge area that we've talked about with the corridor. So we'll be moving that into design and permitting after y'all have had a chance to look at that major thoroughfares plan and approve that. Dirt road paving, we have projects in survey, in design, in permitting, and we'll move into construction. Main Street, there will be some immediate improvements. There will be a construction, and then the longer term improvements will be. With the Cross Island Parkway, we're working on our punch list, just like CDOT has for their project. We know the pucks will still need to go back in, and then we'll demolish that after the first of the year. At Island Track, we're working on design, Crossings Park. We just had that workshop. So when that comes back for approval, Bristol and the skate park, that area is what was in space. We'll move into design and permitting there. Patterson Park, Taylor Family Park, Barkerfield Extension, and then a bunch of stormwater projects. That's not talking about all the things that Tommy and IT and buying computers and doing cameras, not that, but the more of the, if they're not the exciting, like what you're going to notice on the ground for our community. So that's what's coming up for this upcoming year. One thing, just like Sean talked about recruiting, we are actively recruiting for some help with CIP. We have met with some contractors to talk about ways that we can get them in on the front end to make things better. We're putting out RFPs for more consultants to have on call. But the big thing that I want to shout out today is construction project manager. That was one of the positions that you approved. Actively recruiting for full-time position as well as part-time position. If you all know anyone, if anyone watching or listening has that kind of experience, send them my way. We'll get them connected with HR and into our system to be able to fill in to help increase the capacity of our team. That's my quarterly update. I look forward to being back later on this year.
Any questions, comments? Patsy?
Yes, thank you very much for that report. I could not keep up. I just finally put my pen down. So with that said, I do recall that on the town's website, that if someone wants to know the status of one of the CIP projects, they can go to the dashboard, and there's some good, excellent information on there about the status report. I think it might be helpful, since you kind of forecast for the next 6 months, if we could just have a quick down and dirty list of what those are, kind of what you're focusing on. And then especially I want to, because I always have constituents ask me, what are we doing about Main Street? And so you briefly mentioned that, as I understand, but once we have all the ownership ironed out, then the first thing to do is to try to do some of the patches and repair work. And then after that will be new design work. So I just want to make sure that I say to the public, that's what my understanding is. I'm watching our town manager nod his head and you nod your head. So for those who've asked me out there, that's the answer. It's being worked on finally. And then I think some folks have asked me about the intersection of Palmetto Bay Road and Arrow Road. That particular corner, which seems to have been torn up once and now has been torn up again. So can you explain to me what's going on there? Because I think folks want to know about that intersection.
That's a great question. We started the construction there to improve that intersection before Heritage. And the plan was that our contractor was going to be able to start and finish that project and get out of the way, and we would all be able to enjoy it. Unfortunately, his schedule did not work out that way, and he had to pull off, and we kind of left it in a mess. So I apologize for that, but now we've gone back in there. We have the signage up, and he is almost finished. There are a few outstanding pieces to be able to get the detectable warning tiles will go in. Landscape, finishing that out. The lighting will be next week or the week after, and then the striping, so that intersection will be restriped. We're working on the traffic control plans for that right now. So we're within a month, I would say, is a good estimate of when that will be all tidied up and clean, and no more unsightly or anything in the way of the pedestrians trying to use that area.
Great, thank you. I think that's also an intersection that Bike Walk has been concerned about because of a number of accidents at that intersection. And hopefully these improvements will provide some assistance. I'll just say it generally that way. So thanks very much.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mr. Sanford?
Jennifer, I don't know how you do what you do. Thank you so much for all of your hard work in managing these multiple projects. A little follow-up question on Palmetto Bay and Arrow Road. I was driving by there the other day, and there's a curious-looking wooden structure there. What is that?
That is a new kiosk. You know, we have kiosks all around the island that have the pathway maps and bike etiquette and the different things. And we realized, as we've been working on that major thoroughfares project and some of our pathway assessments, that a lot of them are set kind of off the pathway, and if you're on your bike, you can't really see what it is. And so that intersection was redesigned to include queuing space for people waiting to cross, but also moving the kiosk into more of a plaza area so that you can actually see it without having to get off of your bike or go through the grass or landscape to be able to get to the kiosk.
Right,
So
sounds like
it
it's
just
much
doesn't
needed.
have a sign on it yet, but the structure is there. Eventually, there'll be benches, trash cans, signage on that kiosk as well.
Okay. All right, thank you. Next, Natalie Harvey with the Cultural Affairs Quarterly Update.
Mayor and council, thank you very much for having me today for the quarterly update. Mr. Orlando, it's been a busy time for the OCA, although after Jennifer's report, I'm not sure. Seems as though there's quite a bit going on here. And Kimberly, if we can't find it, it's
I've got
okay.
it.
You've got it? Okay, great. It was going to be hard to do an artistic presentation without the art. But I wanted to share a couple of things that are happening here in the OCA. It's been a very busy time here. We can go on to slide here. We've installed a mural at the School of the Creative Arts, always looking to bring art and experiences to our younger visitors. Just wanted to thank all of you who were able to attend the ribbon cutting way back on May 1st. We had a great crowd, perfect Hilton Head Island weather to celebrate the opening of the sculpture trail. So I'm getting a lot of great feedback from our residents and our visitors who are enjoying that. Part of the experience that they're having there now is also including some poetry by local poets. We've just recently had an offer from some local musicians who may like to perform some music in the background as the poets read their pieces. So that looks to expand and is something we can adapt to easily. Back in the spring, you probably all were able to attend the Mitchellville program by Lean Ensemble Theater. We were able to quickly apply for a grant from the Humanities Council that allowed for a daytime performance for our local students. We had 125 high school students and 25 community members who were able to attend that, thanks to a grant we received from the Humanities Council. So I'm continuing with the outreach and community engagement. You'll be hearing more about our 40th anniversary plans from Angie in just a moment. A couple of images of the mural there at the school, a couple of the sculpture displays that have poetry attached to them now, and the Mitchellville program. A few highlights from our day back in May. And just a couple of things to let you know about what's coming up for the OCA. Of course, this is the time of year we're going to be working on plans for our 360th and 40th anniversary. You'll be hearing more about that from Angie. I have some great public art updates. Part of the Rowing and Sailing Center. I was happy to hear the BASF discussion this morning with our Italian visitors. We will be working with an exhibit firm to do some interpretive panels at the Rowing and Sailing Center that will highlight the fishing cooperative's history, as well as the importance of the BASF story to our environmental heritage here on the island. In addition to that, of course, save the date for the Crescendo celebration, our kickoff on the 10th of October, the Lantern Parade on the 18th, and look for more websites and additions to the cultural trail maps. So as I build partnerships, collaborations, and engagement in the community, as always, if you have suggestions or ideas, please send them my way. I'm happy to try and connect some of our organizations with artists and see how we can help. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Angie Stone, 360/40 celebration.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
just want to make one comment on Ms. Harvey's report there. I truly, not a question, just a statement. Thank you for your hard work. I'm so appreciative that the Sailing and Rowing Center has the script toward there that says, and more. It's almost like a cliffhanger, so to speak. But I will say out loud that untold story really does emulate what this community is all about. So I just suggest and recommend that you look forward to that unveiling and take a moment to learn that little bit of history on Hilton Head, because it's very significant to where we are here currently.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Town Council, Mr. Orlando. Thank you for having me. Do you have my just brief slide? No? Okay. can talk you through this. So as you all know, this is our 40th anniversary as a town. Well, it's also the 360th anniversary of the sighting of Hilton Head Island by Captain William Hilton. And we are planning a celebration that will last for a couple of weeks, just to be sure that we cover everything. So starting on August the 26th with a community picnic where the theme is homecoming. We're inviting back council members, mayors, and folks who may have lived here previously for a Low Country picnic from 4 to 8 p.m. at Low Country Celebration Park. We will have fun and games for the kids and music and really pay tribute to our island's history at that initial event. The other bookend event will be the end of our first music festival on the island. We'll have that on September 16th, and that will be a concert again at Low Country Celebration Park. It will be free to our community as a gift from us in celebration of these two historic events. And you'll hear more about that as we move closer to it. Between those two bookends, we're going to have a series of events that celebrate the island's history, its people, the culture, all the things that make this such a wonderful place to live, work, and play, as well as to visit. But the focus will be on really unique events and activities that help our residents and citizens get involved in the community and maybe learn something they didn't know. We're also going to have, during this same time span, our first Hilton Head Island Jams Festival, which will be a music festival with some well-known artists and songwriters that will be performing around the community. We've got 15 to 20 artists who will be coming and performing in 12 or more venues around the island. So look for more information on this. We'll be launching a microsite that deals with all of these events and gives more information and opportunities to register for events and to really drill down into the schedule and find something that uniquely entices you to participate. Are there any questions from council?
Any questions? All right, thank you, Angie.
Thank you.
All right, general reports from council. Does anybody have any general reports? Patsy?
Thank you, Mr. Orlando, for mentioning Juneteenth celebration this past weekend. And I was delighted to be there on Saturday and celebrate. So I recommend that you all put on your calendar for next year, the Saturday before June 19. And I'm hoping that Historic Mitchellville will be hosting it again. It was a great time, lots of music, entertainment, fun dancing and drumming. And mentioning drumming, on Friday night, there was a drum circle at Historic Mitchellville Freedom Park. And somebody just happened to have a djembe and bring it along that night and play. So yes, I was honored to participate in the drum circle. So
Kimberly, do you have that picture to pull in?
it was great fun, and while she's pulling up the picture, this djembe, it was my husband, as I've shared before, is a pianist. He plays music, and he got tired of me banging on the toolbox with a couple of screwdrivers, and so he bought me this djembe for Valentine's Day about 15 years ago. So thanks very much to the real drummers in the group for allowing me to sit there and play with them. It was a lot of fun.
All right, thank you. Any other general? Tammy?
Real quick. I had the honor of attending a court of honor for one of our Eagle Scouts from Troop 245. There were a few, and I want to congratulate each of them on their success in becoming an Eagle Scout. That is a true honor that they've worked hard for over many years, and we look forward to the continued leadership that they will provide to our town. I attended Justin Flynn's ceremony, and I just couldn't have been more proud to watch one of our young residents achieving such an honor. I also was asked, and I think our town manager has warmly embraced Troop 245's interest in doing some community service work here for the town. So congratulations to the troop, to the Eagle Scouts, and I look forward to their collaboration with the town doing community service in the future.
Any other general comments? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go into Mr. Sanford, Low Country Area Transportation Study.
Yes, Low Country Area Transportation Study, known as LATS, is the regional transportation arm for Beaufort County and Jasper County. Each municipality has a representative on the board. Each county has representatives on the board. And that board is authorized to manage the distribution of federal money that comes towards projects. The emphasis at the recent meeting was on the massive growth in Jasper County, kind of between 278 and 170. There are thousands of homes that are going to be built in there, and the transportation system is wholly inadequate. So there is planning going on towards that. In addition, there's been constant construction going on the way to Savannah on 17, that poor road that was there that was falling apart. The reason it's taking so long is that the soil there is pluff mud. And so it's hard to build a road on pluff mud. So what they've been doing is compacting all of that soil, and that road should be completed within the next year. In addition, DOT reported out that the initial designs are being worked on for the improvement of I-95 from the Georgia line up through Jasper County. As I think I reported recently, that project is due to be completed in 2032. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Becker, County Governments, Council of Governments.
I don't have a report tonight. We have a meeting this week, and I'll submit a written report.
All right, Mr. Ames is absent. Does anybody else have a report for him for airports? Okay. Southern Low Country Regional Board, Mr. Sanford.
Yes, this is the regional organization of various counties and municipalities in this area where cooperative efforts are trying to be promoted to where we can work together to achieve good goals for this broader Low Country area. Most recently, the discussion that was experienced in the meeting was a report on capital improvement projects from each of the various governments around. You heard tonight what Jennifer had to say about a few little projects she's managing for us. We seem to have a lot more going than many of the other municipalities. Of course, the counties have a lot going as well. But that is also in that meeting, there is continued growth and management of development of the Regional Housing Trust.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brown, Island Recreation Association.
The Island Recreation Board met on last Friday, 8 a.m. I found myself double booked, so I was not in attendance, but I thank Mr. Soul for giving me a report. The most important order of business on last week was the election of the fiscal 24 officers. Mr. Ray Craver was named president. Ms. Susan Houston was named vice president. Mr. John Brish was named treasurer. Kristen Keller was the secretary, and of course, Mr. Steve Stauffer assumes the responsibilities of past president. More to come from the Island Rec Center, and I appreciate the report, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Becker, CSPS, Community Safety, Public Safety Committee.
Yes, sir. The Community Services and Public Safety Committee met last week and went into executive session for the purpose of discussing applicants who have offered to give their times and talents to serve on our boards and committees and commissions, and we will review that in executive session later this evening.
Thank you. Mr. Stanford, Public Planning Committee.
One more. In Mr. Ames' absence, I am giving the report on the Public Planning Committee meeting. The committee met on June 8th, where the committee heard presentations on the Conservation and Growth Framework, district planning, and LMO amendments, and one for Islanders mixed use, which is a proposed new use of a portion of the island here. Staff provided an update on Conservation and Growth Framework and district planning projects. Staff will focus on delivery of draft plans for the Marshes District, followed by the Bridge and Beach District to the committee over the next 2 months. We know that you're not familiar with what these districts are. But what we're doing is we're trying to manage the growth And the first step in that is to identify certain areas that have common characteristics around the island. And so you'll start to hear these terms more, and there are also presentations on the website about that. Staff also provided an update on bringing LMO amendments on floor area ratio and residential parking standards to the Planning Commission in July. Staff and the applicant presented the proposed LMO text amendment to create a new use called Islanders Mixed Use within the Sea Pines Circle District. The committee voted to advance the amendment to the full council for consideration without making a recommendation for or against that particular proposal. As per the town's process, there will be a brief on the committee's actions today and anticipate the first reading of that ordinance, that is the Islanders Mixed Use Ordinance, at the July 18 regular town council meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown, Finance Administrative Committee.
Yes, sir. F&A met today with a very vivid preliminary discussion around municipal installation purchase revenue bonding. We are simply taking a look at our situation as far as our borrowing capabilities with a new technique versus some of the traditional techniques that we've used in the past. Lots of good questions from my colleagues. I thank them for attending, and staff will be bringing back answers to those questions and furthering that discussion later on in July. No rush, no hurry, but we need to get smart on the situation, and we thank staff and our financial advisor and bond counsel for being there today to answer the questions.
All right, thank you. Appearance by citizens. I would like to remind our citizens that Section 2-5-70 of the town's code limits each person to 3 minutes when addressing town council. At the end of the 3 minutes, you are asked to conclude your comments. Please maintain a decorum suitable for the meeting and refrain from using any profane, abusive, or obscene language. If you have any materials you would like to give town council, please give to the town clerk after you're finished speaking. Kimberly, do we have anyone signed up today?
We do. Skip Hoagland.
Skip Hoagland, Windmill Harbor. Mr. Perry, you voted for 350,000 more tax funds issued to the chamber with no accounting. You are refusing to comply to FOIA on where and how Bill Miles and the chamber spends $11 million annually, allowing this chamber to operate secretly and illegally like the GIC. Your illegal behavior with Realtor Mayor Solka in Bluffton is harming the official legally operated Greater Bluffton Chamber that I'm a member of. Are you aware that anybody seeking transparency has been rejected membership in the chamber and the GIC, including me and a local judge? Perry, you are a member of the chamber, paid by Orlando to join the town as a chamber member, an illegal use of tax funds and a quid pro quo. You attended the chamber ball, chamber ribbon cuttings, stated you want more government involvement by both the chamber and the GIC. It's illegal. Does it concern you that over approximately $125 million of tax monies just handed to Bill Miles in this chamber over the last 35 years has disappeared and unaccounted for? Also add tens of millions of hospitality taxes have disappeared and unaccounted for, used by retiring bonds tied to the chamber law firm and chamber board Burr Foreman. A-tax and hospitality tax combined approximately 20 million in revenues accounts for 1/5 of all town revenues, as I understand it. Mr. Perry, you have been caught lying and committing financial fraud by saying you saw 80% of all accounting receipts and invoices this town issued to Bill Miles. And equally as bad, a fraudulent chamber DMO contract drafted by town lawyers Coltrane, Alford, and Finger in Bluffton, and Orlando, who worked with Finger to also break the law, along with this realtor, Mayor Solka. Solka is profiting from her mayor like you are, Perry, along with all town lawyers who have realtor, builder, and developer clients in conflicts. And all lawyers have been caught overcharging legal fees reported by the Island Packet. Mr. Perry, because you lied publicly on record, you violated your oath of office and committed financial fraud. I ask you to resign immediately as mayor or be removed by state authorities. You also risk losing your job from committing financial fraud. Again, as a full-time mortgage broker, and you have conflicts to profit from your part-time job. We need town mayors and lawyers with no horses in the race. We need full-time, full power, right to fire, CEO, mayor leadership. Nothing works part-time, nothing, zero. Thank you.
Next.
Peter Christian.
Mr. Mayor, members of the Town Council, Town Manager, first, thank you for everything you do. If I remember correctly, the end of the town's fiscal year is in June, end of June, and the town conducts an audit each year, and that audit is reported out toward the end of the year. If my memory serves me correctly, and your chief financial officer can probably bear this out, last year's audit was a clean audit with no management letter and no indication of any ill doing. In fact, you received accolades from the auditors on how well your books were maintained and the financial situation of the town. I just want to put that in contrast to some of the other comments that have been made today. Second thing is just wanted to join with the town manager in wishing Jeff Buckaloo well. He served the town for many, many years with sustainability, with the beach program, stormwater management, and we do wish him well. The next thing is just a general suggestion. You seem to always save your action items and the most important decisions you make for last. And you're human beings and you get tired. And you may want to consider moving that up closer to the top of the agenda so that you are fresh and consider those items that require the most intellect and the most decision-making first, and do the reports, which are more of a listening activity, later on in the agenda. And last, many of you know that I manage Hilton Head Plantation, and last Wednesday evening, there was a driving rain. And I read a report the next morning that a vehicle made a wrong turn and went into a lagoon on the corner of Headlands Drive South and Whooping Crane Way. Engine 5 responded to that, and both of the occupants in a partially submerged vehicle were safely taken out of the vehicle. And we want to congratulate Engine 5 and those workers for doing such an excellent job. What was not in the report was that your town manager was right behind that vehicle, and he was a first responder and called 911 and got security there immediately so those people could be rescued. They were in their 80s and they're both fine, but we want to congratulate the town manager for helping out in that situation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for bringing that forward, Peter. Next.
Risa Prince.
I'm Risa Prince, and I'm here today representing Low Country Community Partners. Our group was formed to develop and advocate for solutions to matters that will strengthen our community. Our first area of concern is workforce housing. We know you are considering Islanders mixed-use zoning change in Sea Pine Circle. While you've heard some residents in favor of this project, LCP is not recommending you support or oppose this proposal now. We think additional analysis is required before you decide. First, we must recognize what this is. A for-profit developer is asking the town for increased unit density so this developer can achieve its return on investment goal. Who else will benefit from this density gift? Will Park Plaza and Riley's Plaza be able to redevelop, also increasing housing density and burdening Sea Pine Circle with more traffic? While this developer isn't currently asking the town to invest dollars in this project, their ask for upzoning of the land and reducing the required parking spaces certainly adds revenue to their project. The land itself becomes more valuable, and the developer may just choose to sell it. This is just another form of a private-public partnership. Notably, there would be less harm with a cash investment to reduce the development cost plan than this density bonus that leads to more homes and cars in an already congested area. While the developer's traffic analysis has been completed, it needs to be verified. We should have learned from the 278 project that the public requires independent traffic studies. And before you vote, you and the public should understand what the benefit is for the town. The developer has sweetened the deal with an offer of a few below-market rate apartments for 10 years. They labeled it workforce housing, but there's no proof future tenants will be Hilton Head workers. I'm not even sure if it's legal for a private developer to give preferential treatment to Hilton Head workers under the Fair Housing Act. This developer's ask is eerily like the one approved for Christian Academy site, now Aquaterra. 3 of you were on council when upzoning was approved. Are you satisfied with that project? Is there a mechanism in place to evaluate their commitment to below-market rate units? And how many of those tenants actually work on Hilton Head? Before you bring this proposal to your agenda, please fully evaluate the Aquaterra results and the traffic impact and which other properties will benefit. That learning will inform your decision. As it said, when you know better, you can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Pat Sweeney.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Town Council, and Town Manager. My name is Matt Sweeney. I live on Colonial Drive in Hilton Head. I'm speaking today about the workforce housing and the text amendments related to the Office Way project. Some of you campaigned on the issue of converting dilapidated commercial properties into housing for people who work on the island. And before you now is the fully private Office Way project, which replaces 4 dilapidated 50-year-old buildings with modest density housing for working islanders and students. More than a dozen local employers have documented their desire to rent these apartments on a long-term basis for their employees. And it injects new life into the underutilized USCB campus. This project alone may even save a student's life, since they can simply walk home from Bermuda in the evening instead of driving across the bridge to their home. And the developer isn't asking for a dime of government money. By right, this developer could do something much less desirable, like 4 acres of self-storage units or a different type of housing with about 500 beds. But so far, he's not. He's looking for text amendments that allow him to build something that fits the character of our island, supports biking and walking in the community, and meets the needs of local employers. If the town's commitment is to make housing for people who work on the island available as soon as possible, then please expedite approval of negotiated text amendments. If you want to have a public-private partnership, then these text amendments form the public partnership piece. If agreement on the text amendments is not reached now, my fear is that this and every other private developer will walk away. It will be a chilling effect that discourages the private sector, and workers will be solely dependent upon government subsidized housing, which has never been successful on Hilton Head Island. Separately, but related to your workforce housing framework, I've heard a number of calculated revised AMI for 2023 of 111,000. That number is HUD's calculation for Beaufort County as a whole. The 2023 AMI for Hilton Head Island using town-specific data is $127,000. So I'll give the basis of that calculation to Mr. Orlando.
Thank you. Next.
Carol Buxer.
Hi, my name is Carol Buxer. I live at 306 Fornhow Drive, Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. Thank you, Mayor Perry, the town council members, and the town manager, Mr. Orlando, for letting me speak today. My message today is very simple. Council needs to approve this Islander housing project at today's meeting. Private business has stepped up and is willing to do now what the public sector continues to drag their feet on. The plan to take existing buildings that can be best described as urban blight and turn them into housing dorms, and mixed-use retail space is exactly what is needed here. It's a win-win for everyone. needed housing for workers and students, cleaning up urban blight, privately funded. There is absolutely no downside to this project, so what's the holdup? Private sector has stepped up and is ready to go. Sea Pines and the Richardson Group have already created workers' housing. Here's another opportunity to create more and to get started quickly. I urge all members of council to take a leadership stance and approve this project immediately. If workforce housing is important as our town government says it is, then this is your opportunity to step up and take a big step forward to solve this problem. Who knows? It could inspire other private developments of workforce housing. Repurposing of existing structures just make common sense. Come on, Town Council, make this happen and approve the Islander Housing Project today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Dr. Al Panu.
Sorry,
Dr. Panu.
I do not see him.
Sherry Norris.
Hi, Mayor, Town Council, Mr. Orlando. I'm Cherry Norris. I live in Shipyard, and I really can't say it much better than Matt and Carol have just gotten up and expressed. From my understanding, we have an opportunity that the college can benefit from, having dorms that our employees who are needing housing can benefit from. Dilapidated buildings can be refurbished to make better use. And everyone seems to be in agreement with Mr. Despain. And I think the Surge Group is all invested in wanting to move this forward. And for me, what I know of it, and I don't know all the details, it just seems like very common sense to me that this would be a good choice for our community, would solve a lot of problems, and it would benefit a lot of people. Thank you.
Yep.
Kathleen Redmond.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathleen Redmond, and I live at 15 Hobbiting Place on Hilton Head Island. And I also am here to support the proposed text amendment to create a new use called Islanders Mixed Use within the Sea Pine Circle District. A developer has stated that he would use private funding to provide much-needed Islander housing for people who live and work on the island, using zero taxpayer dollars, receiving no tax credits, and supported by numerous employers on our island. Why are we even debating this proposed amendment and application? Government taxpayer subsidized housing is not the solution to workforce and student housing shortages. Private companies and employers willing to take the risk are. The applicant's project will convert existing vacant and dilapidated buildings to dormitories and workforce housing, something that benefits everyone on Hilton Head Island. The applicant has worked on this application and has met all the criteria so far. What I want to know is town government serious about following through on their commitment to revitalize dilapidated commercial buildings and to create Islander housing by private investors and employers, or is this just more rhetoric? Thank you.
Thank you.
Lynn Greeley. Lynn Greeley.
I will state, as always, Mr. Hoagland, that we follow the opinion of the State Attorney General, and that you are allotted only 3 minutes.
Sorry, that's not correct. The Attorney General opinion is being challenged, and this will be decided in a court of law, so I'd like to finish my 3 minutes.
Well, understand that you'll face ramifications.
I'd be more than welcome to accept another citation. That'd be number 9, I believe. Thank you so much. I have information on the GIC and the Chamber's corruption tied together that is shocking. Ray Warco is Bill Miles and Chamber's personal outside accountant, and he sat on the Chamber's secret compensation committee in order to raise Bill Miles' salary to over $350,000, not counting perks, $500,000 from illegal tax funds. Warco worked for Webster Rogers and serves as the GIC treasurer and CPA. We need to see the IRS Form 990, who started the GIC and operates under the nonprofit, and how they operate under their nonprofit status. The chamber operates illegally and violates IRS tax codes. Peter Christian, an outside spokesman, chamber GIC member, apparently schemed to harm Orshak's campaign in her race against Alan Perry for mayor. Efforts that are likely tied to Miles and the chamber, the GIC members, as Christian brags about being a chamber and GIC member. Christian is also being sued by Ms. Orshak for good reason. He should be forensically audited by the Hilton Head Plantation HOA as their manager, and as far as I'm concerned, he should be replaced for his political corruption and his dishonesty. Lawyers Tigas and Nestor, the chamber lawyers, both with Burr Farman Law Firm, the only lawyers who sit on the chamber board. Burr Furman does bonds in Beaufort County. This is tied to the millions of hospitality tax funds unaccounted for and disappeared. Bill Miles and Paula Bethea engaged in bid rigging with the chamber to move the DMO app and website hiltonheadisland.org to Canada for their benefit so they could claim ownership of them versus the town rightfully owning them as vehicles to hide and launder the advertising profits. It is the laundering and commingling of tax money that is so unlawful. As long as the chamber can continue hiding millions of advertising profits this way, the longer they can disguise their operation as a nonprofit rather than the legal, fraudulent for-profit that they really are, tricking the community and the IRS. The chamber is violating IRS 501-C6 nonprofit tax codes and IRS UBIT, unrelated business income taxes, committing tax evasion. Also note, Paula Bethea hired Bill Miles over 35 years ago and is reported still the godmother of this chamber with David Tigas and Burr Foreman lawyers. The chamber and GIC have schemed to be an invite-only private group.
We'll address council.
Oh, no, I'll address anybody that I want.
Address council.
I'll address anybody that I want. Don't interrupt me. I'm going to repeat. The chamber and the GIC have all schemed to be an invite-only private group controlling public officials with their private underground government agendas. This is massive corruption, and I believe it's going to end in prison once the FBI investigates this. And Mr. Perry, this is our house. You work for the people. I'll address the people. I'll address you. I'll address anybody I want. Thank you very much.
Next.
Valdan Lee.
Representatives, my name is Xiaodan Li. I live in Ward 4. The town has been talking about workforce housing for many years. Hundreds and thousands of dollars have been spent on consultants, but nothing came to fruition. I ran some numbers on my HP 12C calculator. Even if there were no 7-year sunset clause and the town could bond the $2 million ATAX fund at raising $40 million at 5 interest rate, you could only be able to build enough units to satisfy less than 5% of the housing demand. The government would end up choosing winners and losers and be responsible for evictions. If the council is serious about addressing housing shortage, let the private sector take the lead. The Office Way project is a good example for providing innovative solutions without using taxpayer dollars. Yes, the developers are seeking profit in return. However, they're taking all the risks. That's how free market works. I recognize the traffic concern in Sea Pine Circle. Actually, it's all the way from 170 to South End. However, residents here need to recognize that Office Way was already zoned as a commercial mixed-use district with residential density as high as 500 plus beds. The text amendment proposal was in response to local employers' demand to reconfigure the units that would actually reduce the number of occupants. In addition, by entering into long-term contracts with employers and adding bike lanes, the project would decrease use intensity, increase walkability, and therefore relieve traffic burden in the neighborhood. People also need to recognize that if not this developer, who is also a resident in Sea Pines, some out-of-the-town corporate developers would purchase the dilapidated office buildings and convert them into retail or housing units. Some are eyeing the 6 or 7 acres town-owned lands adjacent to USCB to build workforce housing. Let's hope that Office Way project will give less reason for anybody, including the town government, to build on virgin land. As residents of Hilton Head Island, we all want to preserve the low-density, small-town feel. To address the traffic problem, the town government should be focusing on balancing need of economic growth and the island way of life by promoting high-end tourism and providing transportation and parking solutions for off-island workers. The big elephant is the 20 million traffic coming on and off the island each year, or 67,000 each day. Thank you.
Yep.
Ashley Phillips. Ashley Phillips.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor, members of council, and town manager. My name is Ashley Phillips, and I'm a full-time resident here on the island. I live in Indigo Run. On June 8th, the Planning Commission voted unanimously to advance the Office Way project to a full council review. I thought today. I looked on the agenda and it wasn't listed. I truly do not understand why the Office Way project has not been a priority for the town. I would think that the town would work with lightning speed to help the developer with anything necessary to get this project moving. Excuse me. One of the big issues we talk about all the time is a lack of affordable housing for our workers. Here's a private company using private funds, taking all the risk to put this housing project together. It helps the workers, it helps USCB, and it helps the community. I can tell you we're all scratching our heads wondering what the heck is going on. This project is a no-brainer. Over many years, the town has tried numerous programs with incentives for developers to either build new housing or repurpose old neglected buildings around the island for workforce housing. None have worked. If I heard the developer correctly, they've been working for over 2 years and spent thousands of dollars trying to get this project started. Now it begs the question, who in the world is standing in the way of approving this project and why? Every one of you have talked about the need for workforce housing. Some of you have been talking about it for years and years. Stop talking about it, put your words into action, and show us your words actually mean something. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last comment is Diedrich Advocat.
Town Council, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Orlando. I have two items that I wanted to mention to you. One, it relates to the island and mixed use. And I would ask Councilman Alfred to maybe formulate a communication policy towards the residents of Sea Pines, because it has remained under the radar to a large extent to the people in Sea Pines. And I think it'd be good to continue to inform the residents of that part of the islands. The other issue is that everything affects everything. So when we build, there's an increase in traffic, especially in an area that's already relatively dense. And so to me, it also affects the 278 study. It affects the Sea Pines Circle. All these things need to be thought through. The developer is a developer. He builds whether in whatever way he wants to build. And I am happy with workforce housing and the educational aspect of it. But as a town, we are left over with the pieces. We need to sort out what's going to happen with the traffic. And we see it every day that it's quite dense, the traffic. Nobody can get in and out of Sea Pines. So I would like to ask you to look at a more holistic approach from where it concerns the city, the town of Hilton. Then the other item I wanted to talk to you about is ethics. I know it's a touchy subject, but I do want to mention it. There's a section 813 in the state ethics laws that deals with people in public office and their ability to lobby or not to lobby. And I think we've seen that. And so my request to you is also because it has intervened with the 278 projects overall, so that's why I'm concerned, is to ask you, Mr. Mayor, to consider reviewing this with the town council to see if we can separate those two out. Public employees cannot be part of a lobbying group, whichever one that is. If it's a lobbying group or being a lobbyist themselves. And so that has to be separated. Anything. I will bring the same issue to the county council because they have the same thing, and I think it's just healthy government for the town. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes comments. All right. This time I'd like to invite Josh Gruber to present the second and final reading of proposed ordinance 2023-14 to amend the franchise agreement between the town of Hilton Head Island and Shore Beach Services concerning the allocation of lifeguard personnel.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
have a motion, if I might. These two items that are on the unfinished business were approved unanimously in first reading at the previous meeting. One has to do with the Shore Beach Services franchise agreement. The second one has to do with the exchange of some valuable lands for the benefit of the town. I would move that these items be moved to a consent agenda, and so moved.
Okay. Have a second?
I'll second that.
Discussion?
Just a question. I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep up with your motion, Mr. Stanford. Did you say that 11B was approved on first reading?
Yes.
It's not an ordinance, so it would only be with regard to 11A.
Okay, I stand corrected on that.
I mean, I'm
I would
happy to
accept
move
that as an
forward.
amendment to my motion. Thank you.
Okay. Tammy? Comment?
I just have a question when we get to the boat ramp issue. So if you want, I'll ask now.
Go ahead.
Previously, I had asked and you had confirmed that there is no change in the status of usability for town of Hilton Head Island residents with regard to the boat ramp off of Helmsley Way, which is part of this bigger discussion. So just looking for confirmation that that's still true, that that will remain open and available to our town voters.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I have a point of order. Is the councilwoman asking about 11A? And we have a motion and a second to that to be moved to consent agenda, or is she asking about 11B, which is no longer a part of that motion?
Yeah, well, you're asking about 11B.
Either way, when we get
Yeah,
there.
when we
if
get
you
there,
can-
when we
if
get
you
there.
can
So,
confirm
so
that for
you're
me,
right.
if
It
that's
has
not
been
part of the
amended
consent agreement.
for 11A as a consent, and that was motioned and seconded. So all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, unanimous.
Yeah, do we need to vote on the consent agenda next? Just so
Yes.
that one item, okay.
Yes. Yeah, no, you're right. So now all those in favor of the consent agenda item, raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. No problem. So now,
We love to hear you speak, Josh.
yeah, unfinished 11B.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Town Manager, members of council. So this was an item that has been previously brought before Town Council. Why we're bringing it back to you is because we need to make one slight minor amendment. At the time, we had identified 3 parcels of property that were going to be transferred to Beaufort County. Based upon some title and survey work that was done, it appears that one of those parcels is not a separate parcel, but actually a part of the other one that was already included and just has the DOT right-of-way that runs through it. So what we're doing is bringing this back to clarify that we are removing reference to that being a separate parcel and seeking reaffirmation to move forward with the transfer under all the other same subject terms and conditions, one of which is that the boat landing remain open and accessible to the public as it is today.
Perfect, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, point of order.
Yes.
I'll be quite frank, I'm confused.
Okay.
I know there's a motion on the floor to combine A and B into consent agenda.
That was taken off.
That was taken off. So we took a vote to, I'm just trying to follow the voting order here.
B was removed.
Yes.
We approved A but did not vote on B.
Okay, is that what we have recorded? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Just so happens that we've prepared a motion with regards to item B. Support from council for this matter. Certainly proceed in that manner.
I move to approve a resolution authorizing the town manager to enter into an amendment to the purchase and sale agreement with Beaufort County for the sale and purchase of real property and to take all additional actions as necessary to effectuate property transfers. So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
And just a quick update, those are for the properties listed in 11B.
Correct.
Yes. Yep. So, public comment. Mr. Smith. Come on up, come on up.
I think the public, if I tell you what I'm thinking, I might be speaking for the rest of the public that we're confused. I have no idea what movement to a consent agenda means. I have no idea what we're getting in exchange for property that we're selling to Beaufort County. And given Beaufort County's recent behaviors in the last year, I don't trust them as far as I can throw them. I would really appreciate if you guys could be maybe a little bit more resident friendly and explain what's going on here. And also, I just don't like the idea. Well, first of all, again, I have no idea what a consent agenda is. I don't have any idea of what moving these two items to a consent agenda does. Does it make it more or less visible to we, the residents? So if you just catch my drift, if there can be some kind of explanation of what's going on, number one. Number two, if we can hear what we as the residents are giving up to the county and what we're getting for it and whether it's a good idea, I think we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so both of these items have come before Planning Commission and Town Council over the past several months. So there has been plenty of discussion regarding these items. Mr. Stanford made a motion to move it to a consent because it had received unanimous approval from council. So that it doesn't take anything away from the public. It just gives us the opportunity to go ahead and vote on it and save a little bit of time. I will say that on 11B, that is a transaction between the town and the county whereby we are turning over the property at the base of the Cross Island Bridge where the embarkation is for the boat ramp. And in turn, we are getting Adriana Lane and Barker Field, two extensions that the county has had for many, many years that we have been trying to acquire for quite some time because we need to have control over those.
And just to further clarify that there was a couple parcels that were involved. One was the Cross Island Boat Landing. That was from the town to the county. And then in addition to that, there was a 1 acre parcel at the end of Jenkins Road that was going to go from the town to the county as well. And then in exchange, what we were getting back was what we refer to as the old schoolhouse property. That's the Adriana Lane property. It has the open fields and then the pickleball courts that are there. And then Barker Field, which is the old baseball diamonds that are there on the north end of the island. So the one clarification is that we had identified a sliver of land, and I'm going to find this exhibit just to make sure that it's clear for the public. Kim, I don't know if you want to, I believe you had it pulled up before the staff report, and it's, thank you.
This
is what was previously authorized before. This parcel F is what we're talking about amending. Based upon the survey work that came back, it does not exist as a separate parcel. It is in fact part of parcel E, and it just has the road right-of-way running through it. So that's what we're clarifying. Otherwise, all of the transaction is previously approved.
Okay. Is that good? Mr. Smith? Come on.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council, I agree with the gentleman that, I know where the properties are that you're talking about, but I think that it'd be very, very helpful for all your readings if you would show those properties, because you have different people in the audience attending the meeting, so some people don't know where the properties are, and I think it would be very much more advantageous for us to know it over and over and over again. Apologize, my name is Morris Campbell. I'm a resident of Hilton Head at 540 Spanish Wells Road.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other public comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais.
Before we,
Yes.
I just want to comment because I think what just happened was a really good
Oh,
thing. This is all about how our government works. And you're right, Mr. Campbell, we don't always attend every meeting as residents, nor do we pick up and read every agenda and the minutes attached. And so while we spend a lot of time, to Mr. Christian's point, reviewing reports, et cetera, at the front of the meeting, really the meat of the substance with regard to action that we take is in these details. And so I think it behooves us to listen to the critique and adjust and make sure that those in attendance who might also be listening in perhaps for the first time on any issue are fully made aware of what it is we're about to do. So thank you for the comments, and I hope that in the future we can be a little bit more civically minded in terms of informing and educating.
Any other comments from council? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Orlando, do we have a need to go into executive session?
Yes, sir. Items 12A, B, C, D, and E as shown on our June 20 town council meeting agenda.
Motion to go into executive session. All those in favor, raise your right hand. So moved. When you're ready. Motion to come out of executive session.
So moved.
All those in favor, raise your right hand. Great. Mr. Sanford, is there any action coming out of executive session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move to appoint the following individuals to the Town of Hilton Head Island Housing Action Committee. Candace Burkhauer, Stuart Bell, Sandy West, Paul Castellanos, Mark Ochner, Sandy Gillis.
Any seconds?
I will second that with the understanding that there is likely to be additional appointments.
Any other discussion from council? Any discussion from the community? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. All those against? Motion carries 5-1 with Ms. Becker abstaining.
I have another motion, Mr. Mayor. I move to appoint the following individuals to the following Town of Hilton Head Island boards, agencies, or committees. Accommodations Tax Advisory Committee, Cecile Eck, Kenneth Schlegel. Keith Schlegel, Martin Lesh. Board of Zoning Appeals, Steve DeSimone. Construction Board of Adjustment Appeals, Michael Lyons, Doug Pine, Jay Owen, Will Oakey. Design Review Board, Annette Lippert, Judd Karstens, Todd Theodore. Parks and Recreation Commission, Ray Casaya, Michael Manasotis, William Zarilla. Planning Commission, Albert Mueller, Joseph Dubois. So moved.
Do I have a second? Okay. Any discussion from council? Any discussion from the audience? Seeing none, we'll take it back to the dais for a vote. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Unanimous.
I have another motion, Mr. Mayor.
Keep it coming.
I move that the Town of Hilton Head Island authorize the mayor and town manager be authorized to execute and deliver the agreement by and between the Town of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, and United General Holdings, LLC, for the purchase and sale of 0.52 acres, more or less, on Matthews Drive, and to take such other and further actions as may be necessary to complete the transaction described in the agreement. So moved.
Second.
Any discussion from council? Any discussion from the audience? Seeing none, we'll bring it back. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Unanimous.
No further motions.
Motion to adjourn.
I move.
Second.
Done.